We are back, baby, once again. Once again. Is this working? Let me see. I hope. Yes. 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 Alright. We ready for another banger day. Banger vid. Are you guys ready? I'm gonna start it off with this. Answer some questions. And then we'll look at some content and go more in depth on running backs. So, man, I wish my lighting was a little better. Oh well. Anyways, playoff teams. Playoff teams. Okay, why is this not plugged in? Okay, we'll do. We'll do that. We'll do that. Young but intriguing. No. Mediocre at best. No, 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 no. Missing playoff teams. How do I want to do this order? Definitely making the playoffs. No shot at making the playoffs. We will do we'll do intriguing. No. Yeah, that's okay. We'll just leave it like that. We'll make this color better. Make it that. Not a fan of the colors. Doesn't matter though. I feel like I need another tier too. Alright. No. We're good. We're good. Alright. So, definitely making playoffs. Well, this first one's pretty obvious. Even if half the team gets hurt, it's still a team that is going for the three-peat. So, I mean, the NFL would just be going crazy for that. Dolphins are too loaded. Too many guys in the twilight of their career. Too many guys that are going all in this year. And Hard Knocks showed us that Mike McDaniel's a real deal. So, those two are making it for sure. I think Bengals definitely make it too. Their schedule is just too easy. Too easy to miss. It's like you either miss the playoffs or you better just clean house. Because, I mean, you either make the playoffs or you better clean house. There's really only two options for the Bengals this year. That's why I have them making the playoffs. Zach Taylor knows that, can't just keep messing up, dude. Not in that division. Not in this conference. Not when you have Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. Enough said. And then, Packers definitely make it. They have just too dominant of offensive line. Too many ballers. Their draft was too good. Too great of a draft for the Packers to miss it. That GM up there is a real menace at picking dudes. The first upset probably. Saints are in the exact same boat as the Bengals, but I mean they don't have as many good players, but they're kind of like a hybrid between these two teams. Like they don't have the best quarterback. Have a bunch of players that are in the twilight of their career. This could be our last year we see Poyer play, Calais Campbell play, a couple of those Miami linebackers, and some of their offensive linemen too. All right, let's get a third NFC team in here, and we'll move on. Lions, same boat as the Packers. Too great at drafting, too talented of a offensive mind calling the plays. Pretty much that. Too dominant of an offensive line for the Lions to miss. So, and I'm gonna change these orders up too. But all right, we'll move on. We'll get back to the playoff teams. We got three at each conference. So, feel pretty good about that. All right. And we'll do that. We'll move that up. So, no shot at making the playoffs. Who has no shot? Pretty obvious. New coach. And we'll leave them out. All right. They're the team that has no shot. They're the epitome of having no shot. I wish I need to make another tier just for the Broncos to be in. But we'll put them in there. Who else? Their roster is too bad. I could see him making it too, but and same thing with them. They just lost Matthew Judon. Patriots is a rookie head coach, and that's kind of the same situation with this guy too, with this team. I mean that's two teams right there that lost head coaches that everybody respected and loved, players, everything, and I don't see him coming back from losing Vrabel, losing Belichick, and being competitive this year. But definitely teams I like the upside. I kind of Who else has no shot? I'll put them in not all together. They have another rookie head coach. Why don't I do that? Why don't I do that? So then we can just put them in there. Oh yeah, that was the obvious one. That one probably should have been over the Broncos. And we'll just do that all caps. I don't like these tiers still. If anybody's in here, let me know what you think the tiers should be. I'll do absolutely. Absolutely making the playoffs. This will be like the threshold, so yeah, I don't like this tier at all. Let's just get it out of there. And then we kind of need another one. I'll change this to green. I like this a little better. But we need a fourth tier. How about that? Imminent collapse incoming. It's kind of very specific. But we'll put them in there. Where are they at? Where are they at? We'll put them in there. 2 playoff teams that are not going to make it back. Yeah, this is perfect actually. How are we feeling about this? Could benefit from others' misfortunes. Put the Seahawks there. I think the Bears have the best chance to make it in, but what else we got? What else we got? Imminent collapse incoming. Okay. No. Yeah, I'll just take them out of there. I need to fill out the bottom tier. We need 8 more teams in the top. Or, in making the playoffs. So, ooh. Okay. Here we go. I think I like that. I don't like these colors though. Oh, no! Alright, there we go. These are my tiers. All right, these are the final tiers. And we'll change this. Kind of going with like the yellow vibe. We'll change this to that blue, and then we'll change this to purple. I'm feeling. It's kind of hard to read. Man, I feel like I'm spending more time doing these stupid tier colors than actually ranking these people. Anyways, bam. Good to go. Now, it's not like in color. Okay, hold on. You guys are gonna love this. There we go. That doesn't make any sense, but man, it's kind of pissing me off now. I'm not gonna lie. There we go. Yellow. Bam. Got the tier colors, guys, and the tier names. Anyways. Could benefit. Yeah, these teams could sneak in if, the Bills or whatever. Anyways, we'll keep going. Bad schedule, so maybe. These are two teams I don't see making it, but they have a very beneficial schedule to make the playoffs. So, and we'll put them first because they're not already collapsing. Okay. So we got absolutely making it. We'll put the we'll put the Colts up there. I like the Texans odds too. We'll get to them in a sec. But the Colts, if you take away that running back depth, this is a very loaded roster. This is a very loaded team. Very high potential. They've had a lot of good drafts. They've been good with the salary cap. They've been disciplined. They've been disciplined with trades. And, you saw them come a game away from making the playoffs last year. They had an easier schedule last year than they do this year, but they also have a completely healthy Jonathan Taylor, who has been in the Shane Steichen system for a year now. So, if Taylor can stay healthy, that dude is going to be a fantasy monster. Anyways, moving on. Giants. Where do you go? Oh yeah, I'll put them up here too. Go after the Lions. I see them as the 2 seed, the Eagles. I like Hurts on that team. I like Barkley. Anyways. So we have 4 NFC teams, and we have 3 AFC teams. No. We have 4 each. Cool. So we need 6 more. Who else do we have as locks? Got the Jets and yeah, we got the. We'll move the Jets out. And we'll put the Ravens in there. I mean, that's pretty guaranteed, right? Even I kind of see them collapsing a little bit. Like, they're not going to follow up what they did last year, but Ravens are definitely going to be a competitive squad. Then we need another NFC team. Obviously, put the 49ers back. I mean, I don't think anybody is questioning if they're going to win the division. Especially with my rankings, too, having the Rams as a collapsing team. So we have 5-5. We have some interesting teams left. And these are the hardest teams to actually kind of gauge, too. Because we have 2 AFC South. We have 3 NFC South. And we'll put the Falcons up there, too. Yeah, we'll put them down there. We'll put them down a spot just because they do have a rookie head coach too. But the Falcons, Ravens collapse at the end. I see them collapsing too. Like the Eagles. You think the Eagles and Ravens both? Oh yeah, from last year. Yeah, I definitely see the Ravens hitting a rough patch. A bunch of rough patches. Who else has a bad schedule? We'll put the Panthers in there. I mean, they're not playing anybody too great, but they gotta leapfrog quite a few teams to make it up there. So we have 5 AFC, we got 5 NFC. We'll put the Jags right behind the Bears. They're kind of similar. They both have absolute weapons, like at positions. The Jags do. They're kind of exactly like the Bears. Really high potential QB. A couple good players on defense. I mean, Jags have a little bit of an upper hand on that. They both have loaded skill position offenses. And then the Jags and Bears also have teams clearly better than them. And what else? Oh yeah, they have loaded. They have bad lines too. Ravens, yeah. Ravens. Who do they have? Rashad Bateman. Who? Anybody in chat know who the Ravens receivers are? Bateman, yeah, Bateman. They'll just put Keaton Mitchell at the Z. It'll be good enough. We'll be running that 2 tight end set, I guess. I don't know what the Ravens' plan are, but I'd still see them making the playoffs, even though they will be a wild card team. In my opinion, the Ravens should make the playoffs. Yeah, they're definitely a running first team. And if Keaton Mitchell is healthy, then they'll have a very deadly 1-2 punch at the running back position. Because Derrick Henry looked like he lost a step. He obviously has a much better team built around him. But anybody think Derrick Henry fell off a little bit? Anyways, Texans are strange. I'll put him right next to the Falcons. Kind of in a similar situation to them that they were in last year. So I'll put them above the Falcons. And then Washington, they got good coaches. What else can you say? Oof. I think Bucks definitely collapse. Henry looks strong as ever. So we got 5 and 5. Yeah, we got 5 AFC, 5 NFC. I feel pretty confident with those teams in there. I'll just move them around because it doesn't make sense to have them mixed up. So yeah, we got 5 AFC, 5 NFC locks. What do you guys think about that so far? These 5 teams, I think, have no shot at making the playoffs, and I think I'll put the Giants in there too. Kind of like debating between putting them in the collapse column and putting them in the no shot at making the playoffs column. But at the end of the day, what is there to collapse? I mean, we already know who Daniel Jones is, and yep. And then Washington, I'll just put them in there. So, yeah, what do you guys think? These are kind of my 4 wild card teams. But if the Jets aren't as good as they should be, then the Bills can slip in there. I think the Browns might be a little low. They do have a good roster. There we go. So now we'll kind of slot them up. What is this? Oh, I don't know what this is. I wish I could slot them up though. What? Okay. Thank you, Fantasy Dog. How you feeling about my playoff predictions? We got 5 AFC locks. We got 5 NFC locks. Kind of want to make another tier because I don't like how many teams are in this one. And then we're going to go back through this once we have all these teams figured out. And then we'll kind of be cool to have a Discord too. That'd be cool. And then people can hop in and chat. Give their predictions in there. Hop on the stream. Okay, then we'll do that. Loaded roster, but brutal schedule. Yeah, I like that. And we'll put them up here too. So these are like the teams I think have the best chance of making it. Yeah, Saints. Saints just have the benefit of the doubt. Saints have a stacked defense. They have a really good roster, favorable schedule. I mean, you can't. Derek Carr can't play any worse this year, so I'd imagine the Saints are making it. It's either they're making it or they're trading Derek Carr off to the Giants and they're firing Dennis Allen and they're cutting Alvin Kamara. Cutting all these old dudes and like this is a year. This is a year of the Saints making the playoffs. And that's why I have them locked. I mean, the total collapse could happen, but I don't think anybody in that building wants that. Should we put the Texans as locks too? I mean, they look good. I want to actually slot these teams up into the playoffs. How are we feeling so far? Am I off? Am I on? You guys agree with this? With these rankings so far? Now I'm gonna try and find a way to bracket these guys too, because I think that'd be really cool. Oh, I might have got it. Wait, what is... No. This is not it. Oop. Oh my gosh. Saints don't... Yeah, the refs don't like the Saints. Aguilar. I think Fantasy Dog's trying to spell Aguilar in chat. And he just called it alcohol. Oop. Alright, I'll just log in. I'll make an account so we can do this right. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is way too complicated actually. Wow. Looks good. Is we all in agreement on this? We got another Watson hater. Man, what? Ooh. All right. Now, oh, wait, can we not take these guys out of here now? Oh my gosh. Okay, now we'll really rank them. And I'll just base it off of what I was, what I've been, planning around, predicting. There's my one seeds. Because, I mean, none of these teams are going to one seed again. I don't think, um, other than Mahomes, like, has there been a recent team that's gotten the one seed twice in a row? I don't think so. As my three seed, what was my three seed? I wish there was a better way to visualize this, but get all these bums out of here. I feel like this is a better way to do this the um than the power rankings though. I used to be into power rankings a lot when I was like younger and a kid. I'd be like, "Oh, the Chiefs just won. What are their power rankings?" And then I'd be like, "Seventh? That's BS." But now, like, those lists are so dumb. No, that's mixed. So that's my AFC wins, ones, NFC ones. Mm-hmm. Five seed. Um, I got the Ravens as a five seed. I got the Ravens Texans rematch going on in Houston this time, and I got Houston. I mean, I don't really have a winner in that, but I think a rematch in Houston with Lamar Jackson going there would be a pretty fun matchup. Um, is that right? And then six seed, seven seed. Where's that seventh seed? This one's really interesting because there's so many teams that could get it. Spot on, dude. You liking this ranking? That's who I got. And I'll do power rankings on these bottom of the barrel teams too to see how close they would have been. Tennessee just has too tough of a schedule. That's why I don't like Tennessee. Tennessee, yeah, it's like they have a decent team to do it and a decent looking quarterback, good roster, pretty good coach, but they just have a gauntlet of a schedule, and it's the same thing with the Jets. The Jets have a good roster to make the playoffs too. I mean, better than Tennessee, obviously, but they just have a gauntlet. So Jets are like, if they can win 10 plus games this year, like props to the Jets. Yeah, we'll keep doing power rankings on this stuff though. Deshaun Watson, pretty bummy. I will agree with you on that, fantasy dog. Built to prove the haters wrong. I'd have to agree with that. They are definitely a overlooked team and could easily make it in. I do love the Seahawks, what the Seahawks are doing. You move the Vikings down. Poor Vikings, man. Just the most unfortunate time. I don't know if you guys heard. Jordan Addison was carted off the field today too. Yesterday, or 2 days ago, J.J. McCarthy tore his leg up. He's done for the season. Calvin Ridley and Pollard, your guys. Oh. Not everyone. Pollard and Calvin Ridley. For fantasy. Same thing with the Rams. Rams and Tennessee, they just have such difficult seasons this year. Yep, these are my playoff predictions. So based off this, Colts would go to Miami. Richardson going up against the Dolphins. Lay it all on the line, Tennessee. Oh man, Tennessee is a wild card. They have the old Bengals offensive coordinator who's been there a couple years, so that too can call offenses. I wouldn't call him like a mastermind, but he definitely ran some good offenses in Cleveland with not much to work with. No, he had a very stacked roster. Tennessee's interesting. I don't know about them making it. So yeah, these are my power rankings then. I think the Giants do better than. I'll move Tennessee up just for you. What? Yeah. Jordan Addison. Definitely unfortunate. Who is going to lose, though? Because Tennessee and Colts are interesting. Like, somebody's got to lose. Somebody's got to bum it up. Isaac, no. Oh. San Francisco. Why so high on the Raiders? I looked at their coaching staff, and they have a pretty nice coaching staff. But yeah, who's gonna lose out of this division? Like, they can't all be winners. They all have upside. But somebody's gotta suck. It's easy when you're saying the Vikings suck, but who in the AFC South sucks this year? Who in the AFC North sucks this year? Yeah, that's my 4. We can pull it up. Because I like their coaching staff. I looked at them. They have some dudes associated with, good eras, good systems. Like, Raiders have a good coaching staff for sure. Like a lot of experience. Like when you're looking at the Saints, they don't have that much experience in the coaching staff, but the Raiders, they are stacked at, like in veteran coaches. But yeah, we can look at the Raiders. They play the Chargers week 1, which Herbert is probably going to be hurt. So Raiders versus Easton Stick. Easton Stick rematch. Not seeing much out of them. Then they play the Ravens, who are still going to be reeling from their defensive coordinator being lost. To Where'd he go to? Just to Seattle. But obviously, I'm not going to say the Ravens are going to lose that. So we're at 1-1. Then they play the Panthers, rookie head coach, probably going to get the dub there. So they're 2-1. They play the Browns. It'd be interesting. But then they play the Broncos as well, which are, by my rankings, the worst team in the league, if not bottom 5. So I got the Raiders. For them to fulfill being that bad, the Raiders have to beat them there. So, and then they play the Steelers. Not too impressed with them. And then they play the Rams, who I think are also going to be bad this year. So realistically, I got them going at least 4-3 in the first 7 games. And then they kind of have a gauntlet playing the Chiefs, Bengals, Dolphins. But yeah, and then they got some tough. They got a tougher roster than or tougher schedule than I was thinking. But I mean, they can have a nice start, and then their bye week is after this Bengals game too. So if they make it out of these first 9 games, 4-5. I mean, they got a good chance to beat the rest of these teams, beat up on some NFC South teams. Madison, I honestly don't know. I haven't seen any film on him. I don't know anything about him. I just know he couldn't do anything. He couldn't do anything last year. Okay, a season wasn't that bad. Let's look more in depth though. I mean, he didn't play too bad, honestly. I was hoping to go game by game. We can pull him up so we can see that. Alexander Madison. Honestly, if you're drafting Alexander Madison, then chances are it's already gone downhill for you. He's the second running back. Yeah, I mean, out of everybody here, he's definitely the second most valuable. Like, if it'd be good if Zamir White gets hurt. Yeah, he's pretty consistent. He didn't get enough snaps really, so it's kind of hard to predict when you only get 10 runs a game. It's like saying Bijan's going to be the best in the league this year. Like, you can't really base it off last year because he didn't get enough snaps. He just wasn't much of a receiving threat either. And plus, I don't see much coming out of the Raiders' offense either. I just think they have a very favorable schedule in the first 9 games. That they could go 5-4, 4-5 in. Then after that, it gets more tough for sure. I mean, but it's kind of set up for them to collapse too. Uh, like just go with me here. They beat the Chargers, Easton Stick. Um, it's probably not a shocker prediction. They beat Baltimore. Let's just say they beat Baltimore and a shocker. Last minute, win it. Beat the Panthers, rookie head coach. Lose to the Browns, 3-1. Beat the Broncos. So they'd be 4-1, and then they split these games. So then they're going into the bye week, 6-3. I could definitely see them being like this year's Jaguars. End up being 6-3, have a 94% chance of making the playoffs, and then they have to play the Dolphins. That's guaranteed now. And then they play the Chiefs and they play the Falcons, who have a good chance of making the playoffs. Then it comes down to it; they're like 8-7, and end up losing to the losing to the Saints. And yeah, that's kind of my prediction of the Raiders season. I feel like the Cowboys won't be that bad. So yeah, that's what I got. Now, how does this pertain to fantasy football? Well, I think you shouldn't draft any Jets players other than Garrett Wilson. I think Brees Hall's a reach. The Jets offense will be more efficient this year, but what does that mean for Brees Hall? Probably not the best news for him. I mean, the Jets will definitely be a more efficient offense this year. It's kind of hard to be worse than last year. Uh, they didn't change offensive coordinators, but Aaron Rodgers will be running the show more. So, as far as Jets players, Mike Williams might be nice. I like Garrett Wilson a lot, and the rest of them are pretty terrible. Pretty terrible picks. Um, because Brees Hall really ran it up at the end. But if you're Aaron Rodgers and you're looking to make a actual playoff run this year and you're in the running, you're not going to be giving Brees Hall 32 touches along with the ones he dropped too, the passes he dropped. So you're not giving him upwards of 35 touches if you have actual aspirations to win, unless that's the only way you're going to win. It's just handing it off to Brees Hall 35 times. The Browns, he just had a nasty showing out. Honestly, he wasn't even used too much. And then, yeah, that's where the efficiency comes into play. You have 7 snaps and 18 yards. So the Jets will be more efficient and it'll kind of help balance him out. But yeah, 38 carries, Like he's not getting that type of production um, this year. I don't think he'll have games like that. I think he'll still have games where he's a monster running back, but not too sold on Brees Hall. Falcons gonna be barely making it into. Bijan's pretty nice. The Rams have some rookie head coaches and stuff, so yeah, they have a rookie head coach and a rookie offensive coordinator, and their defensive coordinator might also be a rookie. I think he is rookie at that position. So I don't see the Falcons winning the division, but if they have a good scheme set up for Bijan, he could be feasting back there. And then the Falcons have the best quarterback room or quarterback depth chart in the league as well. So I think that's only good for their chances with all these new rookie play callers and stuff coming in. Bijan's about the only person I like on that team for fantasy. I really don't get the hype for this guy. I really don't. If he had one week over 20. I mean, of course he had Desmond Ridder throwing him the ball, but he hasn't been a touchdown threat. He hasn't. Oh, man, you know who he's reminding me of now. Now that I'm looking at him, this might be a little disrespectful. Oh wait. Yep. He's. Tell me they're not the same. Tell me they're not the same. 900 yards, 70 catches. 900 yards, 70 catches. Touchdown high of 6. Touchdown high of 4. Tell me these two players are not the exact same. And I'm pretty sure Jerry Jeudy's pretty tall too. Now I'm curious. Is he 6? Okay, he's 6'1". They've had the same career though, so far. They're not touchdown threats. They're, they're good when you get them downfield, but they've never had a great quarterback. I just don't get it. I just don't get why he's going top 30. You could have him down here. Wherever, where's DK Metcalf at? Yeah, you should not be ranked above DK Metcalf. I'm just saying. DK Metcalf had more touchdowns this year than Drake London has had in 2 years. So that's kind of how this pertains to schedule-wise. Falcons barely making it. I probably wouldn't have anybody but Bijan in there just because he has so much potential. Not even Pitts. I'm not going to lie. I mean, they might have a system set up to get Pitts the ball 10 times a game, but I don't know. Rookie head coaches usually don't get the ball to tight ends off the bat. They're usually trying to figure out how to run the ball first and then figuring out how to implement their schemes better. He is the number one guy. If you're a fan, he's dope. Yeah. See what they got. I mean, they have a terrible wide receiver room too. Maybe they won't even make the playoffs. Maybe they don't because Rondell Moore got hurt too. Yeah, he's done for the season, so that's a big time loss to Moore. So then you can just put all your then you can just put all your attention on Drake London. This guy's the 2. Falcons just lost their 3, so yeah, I mean Drake London could be like Garrett Wilson this year, and they just throw it up to him because they got nothing else. Because nobody else can get open, but yeah, London's definitely going to get a lot more targets this year. 110 is really low. Like he barely even had double digits, but overall, I mean, wasn't the same thing said about Jerry Jeudy though? He's going to be a lot of targets. There's nobody else to throw the ball to. No, the Falcons are going to have to run the ball to win. I don't think anybody doubts that. So, I'd rather take Bijan or some of these other guys over London. Could be wrong, but man, was this guy a disappointment for people who drafted him. I mean, 120 plus game. And he played good against bad defenses too. Like Tampa's defense wasn't great. Washington's defense wasn't great. Green Bay's was hit or miss. And yeah, that's about the teams the bad defenses he played. I mean, yeah. Falcons are also going all in this year too, or at least trying to. Maybe not all in, but they're trying to make the playoffs this year, so they might see more Drake London than meets the eye. I don't think they sign Kirk and trade for Judon and draft Penix if they don't think Drake London could be the top dude, but I don't know. We'll just see. USC guys usually don't do much in the league either. So these 6 seeds, I'm not too sold on for their players in fantasy. Gibbs is already hurt, which kind of messes up the Lions' plans. And then the Bears. You know who Fantasy Dog recommended? This guy's all the way down here. This is his league winner he's talking about. Jeez. Oh my gosh. This is his fantasy winner. A.T. Perry. He really came around. Okay, this is kind of disrespectful projected, though. They're going to have to throw the ball to somebody. 4 targets? Oh my gosh. I don't think he's projected that bad. Six five. This is who he's got. A.T. Perry. Sixth-round pick. Oh, man. Yeah, Saints are going to have to throw the ball to somebody. This guy's more of a special teamer. He'd be playing when the stats are kind of bloated, too, because he's playing when the Cowboys were winning by a bunch. This dude, who has been a guaranteed special teamer, he's related to St. Brown, though. He's a good free agent. Yeah. You'd have to be real low to be picking this guy. Like, you'd have to have, like, 16 teams in your league. Or 18. Or 20. Yeah. He's related to Amon-Ra, though, so could be pretty nice. We can learn from him. High potential. But yeah. Probably wouldn't touch these players, maybe 1 or 2. Maybe Drake London, if you're a believer in him. Probably Bijan. Probably Garrett Wilson. Maybe Mike Williams. But that's a maybe. Colts. I feel like this 7th seed is a lock for. It's gonna have the league winners, and I feel like Jonathan Taylor is gonna be a league winner if he can stay healthy. I have a video coming out about that, and then like the Bears, running back 2, Herbert. Bears, I don't know. They have so many people, so many dudes, that there could be a couple league winners. And, I mean, the same's kind of true about the Colts, too. They have, I think Jonathan Taylor is going to be a beast this year if he can stay healthy. And that's always the thing with him, but, like, for real this time. And it's like the same thing with the Saints. Like, their defense is for real this time. Yeah, both these teams have a bunch of dudes that could be league winners. I feel like these guys are all obvious. Obvious fantasy dudes. But there could be some random, like, whoever the Ravens' 3rd string receiver is, or Keaton Mitchell. They're drafted way down there. Or Jameson Williams. He could be an interesting one. Kendre Miller. His coach was talking crap on him. His coach Dennis Allen said that you can't be a difference maker in the in the weight room talking crap on his health. So expectations are low, but that might be some smoke and mirrors. He could be the prime back. He's also from TCU though. They usually don't turn out. He's only worth a late round flyer. Yeah, I'd probably have him as a top 100 prospect. Yeah, these two teams have interesting people. I don't know. What the? It's kind of hard to do it. Yeah. Somebody's gonna have to step up on this 5 seed, so there could be some interesting people on these two teams rosters. Um, Not too confident in these two rosters, fantasy wise or anything wise. Gonna be some league winners on these two teams. These two teams, what can we say about them? Hmm. What I'll say about these two 1 seeds, even if they aren't the 1 seeds, I think just about any player you pick on these two teams is going to be worth the pick. Other than Chase, because he's top 10. But honestly, I'd pick Chase anyways, so. Yeah, Chase is a beast. BG. Yeah. Anybody you pick on the Packers is probably going to be working out for you fantasy wise. These two teams' running backs are stacked. If they are a top 2 team in their conference, no matter who the running back is, they're going to. Who's the Eagles' second string? Wicks is an interesting one. Everything I've seen about him, though, people love him. Jeez. So, I mean, obviously, picking a backup is going to be pretty nice for the Eagles. Like, if Barkley gets hurt like he normally does, and they're going to be a top 2 team in the league, or at least definitely win their conference, win their division. Ooh, that's a nice prediction. That's a nice prediction. I like that. That's why I have them as a 1 seed, dude. They have just such a nice roster. They have such a good roster, good schedule, good quarterback. Wicks is comp to Devontae Adams. Sheesh. Yeah, I mean, it's like the perfect storm for the Packers this year. Like, they're at least making the divisional this year again, no matter who gets hurt. That's crazy. He almost had 20 yards a catch. Rating 159th is pretty crazy too. Yeah, I like that Green Bay prediction. They have a stacked running back room too. AJ Dillon at the third string is pretty nice. Like, dude isn't that bad. I mean, he had a horrible year last year, but yeah. So, and I kind of feel the same way with the Bengals. No matter if you get Zach Moss, Higgins, their tight end, their rookie tight end might be pretty nice. Jamar Chase, Chase Brown. I feel like the Bengals will be winning the division no matter what. So if you got a division winner and you picked some player on their team at 140, like chances are they're gonna be nice. Let's see if that theory's true. Bills had two very nice. They won the division. They had two very nice players. Gabe Davis was a disappointment. So were their tight ends. So they're kind of strange. Same thing with the Chiefs. They didn't really have anybody for fantasy. Kelsey was winning some weeks. Pacheco would have been a nice value pick. Ravens, they didn't have much either. They had Lamar Jackson, Zay, and then Nico and Tank Dell. So division winners in NFC at least, you could just pick a starter on their team and they were gonna work out. Pollard wasn't great for the Cowboys, but man, this is so about half the division winners had third down back. Yeah. I think they kept AJ Dillon around too. Because there was really no point. I mean, I guess they wanted to know they were going to get Marshawn Lloyd. Quadzilla. Yeah. So half the division winners had league winners. I think actually every division winner had a league winner. Bills had Josh Allen and Diggs. Chiefs had Mahomes and Kelsey and Pacheco. Ravens had Lamar Jackson in the defense. And how were the Ravens winning last year? Like, am I missing somebody? Gus Edwards would have been a good pick, but jeez. So Ravens don't really fit that mold. Texans had Nico Collins. He's a league winner, and Stroud. But he didn't do great in the championship. Neither did Mahomes. Bills had James Cook. Cowboys had CeeDee Lamb. Yeah, likely. And I like the question mark behind likely. It's a big question mark. Yo, Fantasy Dog, do you like Isaiah Likely? I know Beyond Lit does. Eagles almost won the division. They had a couple league winners in AJ Brown and Jalen Hurts, and Swift was a very nice value pick. 49ers had 3 league winners in Debo, Ayuk, and Christian McCaffrey, and Brock Purdy. Rams had Kyron and Puka. Lions had a Monroe and Laporta. Those were 2 league winners, undoubtedly. And then the Bucks had Mike Evans and White, Rashad White. So basically every division winner had players that were winning you games, winning you championships, winning you playoff games. All right, Fantasy Dog likes Likely. Heard from somebody too that the Ravens rely on tight ends a lot too. Jackson Stack. So, what this ranking does is it helps us figure out who is going to have some league winners. It didn't apply to everybody, but if you're winning games, you'll have to throw somebody the ball. You'll have to run somebody up the middle. So if you can get the league winners and division winners, chances are, I mean, even the dudes that didn't do good in the playoffs were at least winning games for you. So if you get the division winners right, then somebody's getting the ball. Because for them to win the division, that means that they had a stacked team. They had to stack the points up. And, you know, some of these teams didn't rely too bad on people, but so heavily on people. But yeah, so of these 8 teams, I think there's some pretty safe picks for league winners too. Jackson doesn't have arm talent needed to be a top quarterback. If I've learned anything from watching Lamar Jackson, it's a pretty interesting take. Is that Lamar don't know. Lamar's weird because he wins games that he shouldn't throughout his whole career. Lamar Jackson is just a winner. Like, I don't think he's the most talented in the world, but he's just a winner. He just wins so many games that he shouldn't, and he helps Harbaugh keep that job of his. It's just crazy. Watching Lamar Jackson over the year, he just wins years. He just wins games that he shouldn't. And then he'll lose games he shouldn't either, but or I don't know. He'll blow teams out that like you don't expect. Like the Lions got blown out last year against the Ravens. And you wouldn't really expect that because you'd think that the Lions offensive line could hold up against the Ravens, but Lamar Jackson relies on momentum a lot. I don't know. I don't know what to say about him. He's definitely a momentum type of guy. But yeah, these are my division winners. I think Hill would win you your league, and on Miami, who knows? It'll be an interesting year, but there's probably going to be at least 2 league winners on each of these top 8 teams. So who's it going to be? Kendre Miller for the Saints, Kamara, Olave, Texans. I'm thinking it's going to be Dell, but after that, is it going to be Mixon? Is it going to be Nico Collins? Is it going to be Hill in a chain? Would be nasty. Yeah. So his fantasy dogs predictions are A.T. Perry and Kendre Miller. Those are the league winners for the Saints. Great predictions. No, you didn't say Miller, but what? Who? Perry and Olave? Is that who you got for the Saints? Bengals, I'm gonna say Zach Moss for sure. I don't get all the. We'll just go team by team. We'll start with them. Yeah, let's figure it out. So as my 1 seed, I got the Bengals. I just don't get the hype with this dude. He had 44 carries. Yeah, A.T. Perry's the league winner apparently. Devontae Smith and Barkley, nice. I'm drafting while I listen. Do you have money on this draft too? That you're drafting in? Yeah, I don't get the hype with him. He has 44 carries in his career, and I don't think the Bengals' offense was really that complicated last year either. So why was he not seeing the field? I just don't think he's that dynamic of a runner. Maybe, like even when he came around though, he wasn't even doing anything when he did learn the offense. So definitely all in on Zach Moss. I think it's going to be Zach Moss, and I think Joe Burrow is going to be a monster quarterback this year, just based off schedule. They have such an easy schedule. And I think once they get the momentum going, playing on these bummy teams off the bat, like they play rookie quarterback week 1, and a brand new head coach, rookie head coach. Then they get the Chiefs matchup week 2. Chiefs usually don't show up until week 3 or 4 when they start blowing teams out and really messing them up. But they get the matchup early too, which is nice for fantasy as well. And then they got the Commanders, another rookie quarterback, a failed head coach. Crazy, 5 to win 10,000. And then they have basically another rookie head coach and another rookie quarterback. Then they play the Ravens. Then they play the Giants. Week 6. Neighbors is already hurt for him, so Giants are down to Darius Slayton and Daniel Jones. Once again, they ain't get any better. Wow. Good job, Giants. And then this back half, based off my rankings, I have the Cowboys missing the playoffs. That'll be a very fun game to watch, though. I'm not going to lie. Tennessee, Broncos, I think, will be the worst team in the league this year, so that will be a very favorable game for Joe Burrow, too. Tennessee, I think they'll be out of it by this point. The Browns will be pretty much out of it, and the Steelers will be pretty much out of it. So the Ravens have a kind of a stacked clump in this middle here, playing the Ravens, Giants, Browns, Eagles, Bengals, and Ravens. But then after that, the rest of these teams are terrible. These back 7 are terrible teams. These front 6, apart from the Raiders or Ravens and Chiefs, are terrible. So you'd imagine he's going 4-2 against these 4 teams at least. I mean, the Bengals have a up to down better roster than the Patriots, Commanders, Panthers, and Giants. So they're going 4-2 there, minimum. And these back 5, they're at least going 3-2. So right there, you have 7 wins and 4 losses. So minimum. Are you talking about the best baller? Yeah, so I think if the Bengals get the ball rolling, then Joe Burrow's just gonna keep being that dude. Everybody's kind of overlooking him too. Like the only thing we've even heard about the Bengals is this haircut. Other players, people are gassing this dude up. He might be pretty decent. This dude projected a lot. 3rd round pick. And plus, it's kind of nice because Jermaine and Ilyasovas are both learning from T. Higgins before he leaves town too. So I think Burrow's going to be going nuclear this year. Anthony Richardson is a great number 1 pick, and you probably could have just skipped out on Stafford. I know you like stacking teams, but dude, like anything can happen, but they just got the most cheese schedule. And they could even beat the Chiefs in week 2 as well. And NFL keeps it close. Refs throw a couple flags. When it's like 2nd and 12 on the Chiefs and they convert, they're like, oh no, 10-yard holding flag. Now it's 2nd and 22. There you go. You just swung a possession in favor of the Bengals. So they could really go 5-1 in these first 6 games. And then, this Massage Watson or Joe Burrow. Probably going to take Joe Burrow. So, yeah, 6-1. Oh, you start 2 QBs every week. That's crazy. I think Joe Burrow will be very nice. Plus, they just have depth at the receiver position. Like, this doesn't look like the Saints receiver room that we just looked at. Just bum, bum, and bum. Bum, bummer, and bumist. This guy was a third-round pick, I think. This guy was a third-round pick. This guy is trying to get paid $20+ million a year. This guy is trying to get paid $30+ million a year. So he'd like to perform as well. And then you got this dude as a 5. He looks pretty good. Got Cole Beasley at the 5. It's 60 yards against Arizona. So they have some depth too. He was a 4th-round pick last year. So they've been investing in their receiver room, and they've been learning from one of the best quarterbacks and one of the best receivers in the league. 2 of the best receivers in the league. So it's a perfect domino effect of teaching the rooks all that. But also Chase hasn't been at training camp either, so he hasn't really been teaching them much. Anyways, enough talking about them. I do like Joe Burrow, though, just because he's going to be in the middle of a winning division. Of winning the division. Green Bay, we already kind of went over them, so I'll make it quick. Jordan Love, top 5 in the league last year. 2nd most in the championship. This guy was my 2nd favorite running back in the draft out of all the ones I saw. This guy, we've seen him before win leagues. And they got a stacked running back room. Probably one of the best, probably a top 10 running back room, maybe even top 5. Obviously, you put the Lions above them, and you put the Dolphins above them. But after that, Packers got to be in the conversation. And then receivers, kind of the same situation as the Bengals. They've been drafting all these dudes to learn from each other and build off each other and build rapport with Jordan Love. I mean, these are all 4 draft picks that they've made in the last 2 years. So you got a nice 4-man squad. And then they made 2 investments in the tight end room too. I heard this guy was going to be a beast. And then Tucker Kraft. Wait, so you got Cooper Kupp and you got... So yeah, Packers have a very similar roster to the Bengals too. Rams. Yeah, you could get Jimmy Garoppolo as a backup. He'd get you about 10 points. Who else did you get? Oh, AR. Could get Joe Flacco. So yeah. Kraft might be late for the party this year. Yeah. That's kind of the vibe I got. I was listening to somebody talk about it. That he was... I don't know. I forgot what I heard about him. but also the number one seeds that finished out last year, the 49ers. Okay, the 49ers didn't have a good tight end. And who was the other one seed? And then the Ravens had a split tight end room. So maybe Musgrave isn't the best pick based off that. Just because they have so many other weapons and dynamic quarterback play. This dude's drafting and watching film too. Who's a sneaky good quarterback pick? Hey, you know who would be a, if you got a roster spot for it? This guy would be a sneaky quarterback pick. I mean, Mahomes is my dude, so. But I'm just saying. As a 4-string quarterback prospect. And then we'll go to the 2. They have a stacked receiver room too. He's a rookie. Their receiver room isn't as great, but their running back room is. I could do that. Yep, let's do it. We can run a draft too. You down, Lit? Man. Yeah, Musgrave will be good, but there's just so many weapons on that team. Like, they do not have to use them. I'm sure he'll be a 700-yard type of guy, but 700 yards isn't even something to talk about. Isn't even worth talking about on this channel. Hey, guys. $10.20, baby. We can run an early one too. Probably be best. Yeah, 10-20 expert. Yeah, so one of the best receiver rooms, one of the best running back rooms of all time. I mean, Jeff Wilson's not even going to make the roster. Are you freaking kidding me? Didn't this dude win some leagues last year? Or the year prior? No, I guess he didn't do much. Yeah, and I think it's the same situation. Like Jonnu, he could be a 400. Yeah, he could be another 600-yard receiver, but or tight end. But unless you're in a 20 man, that's not helpful to you at all. It's not even worth talking about. And plus, he was getting snaps over Pitts too. People were getting pissed off because this guy was getting more targets. So obviously he has a lot better of a offensive play caller, but yeah, he never even yeah. Yeah, and that's true too. He was getting targets that he shouldn't have because he's never had that many targets before. So yeah, just as a one seed, and it was the same thing last year. Kittle was a way underperformer just because all the other guys were so good they were getting snaps, and then Baltimore likely was pretty decent, especially in the championship. But other than that, I mean, you can't really foresee Mark Andrews getting hurt, but they were going to split snaps regardless just because of the talent likely has. So as the one seeds, I'm probably not picking the Bengals. I'm not picking the Dolphins tight end. Mike Gesicki, not picking him. Oh my gosh. I don't even have to talk about why. They had a draft pick though. Did not have the fantasy relevance to warrant a draft pick. So yeah, I'm probably staying away from all these tight ends. It's true. Yeah, I mean, Coder is the same situation. He might get you 600 yards, might get you 700, but that's not who people want to see. So, let's see though. We haven't talked about the Eagles yet. They got a stacked receiver room or quarterback room. This guy hasn't done much. Yeah. I'd probably take Will Shipley as a backup running back. Rookie, too. Could be nice. Receiver room. They got Devontae Parker. Yeah, I wouldn't take Goddard either. He's a still hasn't reached 60 receptions in any season. He barely gets a look at the goal line. Goddard could be good. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, pretty good value at 140. He's still not gonna win you league, so I don't think. I don't know. Goddard's a maybe. 59 receptions. Um, he's been consistent. Yeah, he's a hard maybe. I'd put him in the anything can happen, but I'd put Musgrave, Janu in the Cincinnati guy. Cincinnati room in a definitely not in range. I'd probably take Fryermuth over Godert for fantasy, and probably Schultz too, and probably Komet. So then you're looking at it, and he's the worst rated tight end. Out of everybody we've seen play. Oh man. So, yep, I'd stay away from my top two seeds. Tight ends. You got Kelsey and Kittle. Probably safe picks, especially as them for the three. Both drafted a little bit high, each of them, but they've also both had been like showed that they're capable of winning leagues. So 20 rounds in round 15. That I don't want to call him not a league winner, dude. I'm just saying. They had oh man, what's that dude's name? This guy will be calling plays. Yeah, I don't want to call Goddard not a league winner. Just because he's been so consistent. Like, what if this year is the year? But the Packers dude, Dolphins dude, and Bengals dudes, no. They might win you a week, but I'm definitely not drafting them or planning to draft them. 2023. Who were the Chargers tight ends last year? They had the Everett. Everett had a pretty good year for new strategy running with Goddard. Parham. Oh yeah, and Everett. Everett had a nice year under Kellen Moore. He only had he had the same amount of catches as Goddard. So, and I think everybody would say Goddard is more talented than Everett. So, he might just be in a good system for it. He had a he was efficient too. We'll run this draft. Goddard could be nice. And then yeah, I think honestly I think Kelsey and Kittle are both kind of overrated. Everett's on the Bears now, which was a pretty nasty little signing. Parham, is he the Chargers' number one? No. He had a good year too. Yeah, he had a career high with Kellen Moore. Honestly, Goddard wouldn't be bad. I wouldn't plan my draft around getting him, but he's a very underrated tight end at that spot. And it's I wouldn't discount him like I discount the rest of these guys. Kittle and Kelsey are kind of overrated for fantasy playoffs. And then you got Schultz and Taysom Hill. Parham. Oh. Yeah, playing against the Chiefs too. Not an easy task. Or are you talking about? No. Yeah, 5 catches for. Yeah, Kellen Moore. He got those tight ends the ball in LA. Now he's on the Eagles. Goddard might be the product of the system. Then Schultz and Taysom Hill. I don't know. Puka or Gibbs? Yeah, we'll check this roster out. Texans. Running back room, very nice running back room. They got Cam Akers too. It's kind of random. No, man, I would not want to touch this running back room. Whole bunch of dudes. Receiver room, one of the best in the league. I'd personally put him right there, but we don't need to talk about that. And then, I mean, we all know the player Schultz is, so he had a couple good games. When he got his targets, he got his catches. So, is his targets going to go up this year? Probably. He could probably be better than. He could probably be top 10 again. So yeah, Texans league winner wise, I mean, you guys already know Tank Dell's my dude. After that, probably go Nico. I wouldn't want to touch this running back room, so I'd probably go Schultz after that. Also, the Texans showed last year they cannot run the ball, and I don't think their offensive line got any better too. So Mixon will help, but was it all Pierce's fault? I don't think so. 3 yards of carry usually isn't the running back's fault. So I think the Texans are kind of leaning into the identity of just throw it up. Somebody will be down there. And Schultz will be good. Kind of the same with New Orleans. This guy just didn't get the targets. In half PPR, I think he'd be nice with the running ability. And Taysom Hill could be good. He used to be a menace. 900. Taysom Hill is not bad for the Saints. League winner? I don't know, but oh, these were passes? Taysom Hill. I'm looking at his passing. I thought he was catching that. Oh, man. Taysom Hill. I don't know. We already kind of talked about the Saints winners, too. It'll be kind of random and hard to pick, but I got them making the playoffs, so there's going to be one or two dudes on the Saints that are going to be lights out, winning games. And Carr could be a nasty pick, too. I think everybody's overlooking Carr. I mean, he can't play worse than he did last year, so. Okay. We got a running back. We got Puka. Let's go Josh Jacobs here. So, and then we have Metcalf, Diggs, or DJ Moore. I know DK is a more favorable more favorable system he's in now. Diggs does. But I think DJ Moore Pittman and Jelani Woods and AR, Pittman with Cup and Robinson. Robinson could get the brute number of passes a couple times. Daniel Jones and Slayton, Singletary and Tracy. That's pretty nice. Mostert and Wright. White and Irving. You like that team? You got a lot of bad teams, which could be in your favor. I mean, unless you're a playoff team, it's just kind of random anyways. Ingram, Taysom Hill, and Jelani. Your tight end room is nice. And your quarterback room is nice. For sure. I think Stafford's going to have to air it out, making up for how bad his defense is going to be this year. I like it. Wide receivers. You could hop in a draft too, Fantasy Dog. Mock draft. If you want to. And CPAT, of course. I know there's no money involved, so. So you probably won't be in it. You won't be down. And CPAT, of course. Who is CPAT? You got Chris Pratt on your team? Oh, yeah. No. That was a dumb question. I know who you're talking about. Mr. League winner of himself. Sounds cool. You want to do a fantasy draft, Fantasy Dog? It's on ESPN. Cordero. Yeah. Of course. Oh. See who we get here. I need a tight end. I need a quarterback too. I might just be getting Stroud here. Or I could let King. Alright, yeah. Hey. Fantasy Dog is down. I wonder if I can send a link to the I'll go Stroud. Get my QB locked. Running back. Tight end here. Do I go with Kincaid? I do like Kincaid quite a bit. We'll go Kincaid. Alright, let me see if I can we're kind of done talking about these teams. But you guys know the strategy, like at least what I'm seeing. Taylor gonna win the league for a lot of people. Anthony Richardson, Woods could be nice. I like Cole Kmet. I like Caleb. I like Swift. I like Herbert. They have a lot of interesting players. I don't like these 6 seed teams. Alright. What Fantasy Dog, how many people do you want to be in it? 12? Yeah, we could just do a 12 team. Like that. Do you do you like it zoomed in more? I could I could split the middle. Go in the middle. Are you still in here lit? We running this. We're not no beginners. All right. I don't know if Lit's in here anymore either. I think he'd be down. Okay. Looks like Ferguson is gone. I can zoom in another one too if you want, or if you think. I like a Dunes 8. We'll stack them up. And let me. Let's check out Lit's team. He got Pitts and McBride. This is for a redraft league. You're fine. Except tight end. In redraft, you should take a tight end up to Ferg. You don't like Kincaid there? Kincaid at 60? Yeah, that's when I picked him. 60th. Ferg, full PPR, and Ingram are the best values. See, I couldn't wait for Ferg though. If I didn't pick Kincaid there, it's either draft 2 rounds early for Ferguson or it's just, yeah, Ingram was gone. Oh, Ingram went at 54, so I was late to the party with him. And then Ferguson was gone by my next round. So I was either stuck with Kincaid, Pitts, Kittle. Yeah, Ferguson and Njoku went back to back. And I think that's what these people are planning, is to wait for Ferguson. So if I were to pick Ferg, I'd have to get him at 60. Can only read the ESPN stuff on enlarge. I can do that. But then you can't see my depth. Full PPR, yeah. I'm a natural. I feel like I need a defense here. I like Adonai Mitchell. If I were to stack, it's no. Yeah. Yeah. And they're ranked 2. So Shaheed, Miller, Mooney, Jacoby Myers, Ty Chandler, DeMario. Oh, I auto drafted Jake Elliott. Great. I like Ty Chandler too. Do you like Ty Chandler? I feel like he's going to get majority of the snaps over Aaron Jones. The list on the right is the players picked. So the Jets just went. Jacoby just went. It's Lit's pick. He picked Butker. I like Chandler. I mean, I like him less now because he has Sam Darnold as his quarterback, so I like him a lot less now. At this point, they'd just be running him into the ground, so I'd probably like the Vikings third string over Ty Chandler. Donnie Mitchell is still here. Could pair him up with Taylor. Or you like Tyron Tracy here. I already have 4 running backs and 4 receivers. Yeah, I'm just filling up my depth at this point. Just going for high potential guys. The team is strong. Oh, well, it's kind of late. It's funny because you're on a delay, so by the time you type, I've already made my pick. But oh, you got Goff, Stafford, Young, Daniel Jones, Tua, Lawrence, Deshaun, and Kirk. They'll probably all most likely be here by the next round, anyways. But yeah, every quarterback's still here except for if you get your stuff up and going too, we can run it. Yeah, quarterbacks are a lot. I think are a lot less valuable when You don't have to start two of them. I'm gonna go Komet for my last pick. I like my team. I got the Colts roster pretty much. I got Downs, Mitchell, and Jonathan Taylor, so I like that a lot. Puka and DJ Moore as my receivers. Both great players on bad teams. I like DJ Moore a lot because he's coming from Carolina. I just feel like people aren't going to talk about him much right now, but yeah, definitely. But I feel like DJ Moore is just going to be a generational player, and then people are just going to make fun of Carolina like for the rest of time because they're like, wow, why did you throw DJ Moore in there? DJ Moore ended up with 20,000 yards on his career, and you traded him for Bryce Young, who was out of the league in 6 years. Like my team.
Pretty good. Check out my team.
It's pretty risky, my team.
If you look at my team, this is what a number one seed fantasy team looks like.
You got Caleb, a chain, Spears and Tyreek Hill, Harrison Jr. Hey, Fantasy Dog likes my team. Let's see what he thinks about yours. Would you say my team's better or worse than his? Personally, I like your team more. You got Rice as a backup.
That's about it. I got my four, and then Josh Palmer. He might be something this year. The Chargers.
Yeah.
If he develops, he could maybe have 1,000 yards.
I like a chain a lot.
The running backs came nice. I'm so glad I got Tajee because it was about to fall off after that. So at least I got an RB2. That's what that one seed looks like.
Yeah, I think he only went one QB because there's just like free agents. Deshaun Watson went before the end, but you still had Baker Mayfield and Trevor. Oh, Trevor Lawrence went too. So I think that's why he did that. Nine out of 10. Okay. No, that was hit. That was Beyond Lit's team. He was in here too drafting. So I was just looking at his team. I have Stroud at QB. That's my only QB, but mm-hmm. Yeah, you could always pick up a free agent. I wouldn't want to just because I like my receiver room, like my depth, but I also have 8 receivers, so I could probably cut one to get a backup QB and be just fine. I'd probably cut Wicks just because there's so many options. I'm not ever going to play Wicks over DJ Moore or Puka. I probably wouldn't play him over these guys either. Yeah, quarterbacks aren't nearly as valuable. Heck yeah, dude. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back. But I do appreciate you being in here, dude. For sure. I'll switch to this screen. But yeah, appreciate you being in here, and hopefully we can run a draft in a sec. I'll be back. I'm back. So what do we think about these positions for anybody in here? Am I way off? Let me move my camera out of the way. Oh. And then these teams missing the playoffs would be my power rankings. So if we have anybody new in here, what do you guys think? Am I off? Am I on? Am I underestimating people? Am I overestimating people? Love to hear some feedback. The AFC South and the AFC North are both pretty difficult to predict. Some divisions are easy. And then I have a different ranking form too. What do you guys think? He's good, but another running back. Williams is somewhat of a risk. Williams and Tua. Hey, I appreciate it. It's funny you went back and looked. The guy I drafted with? Is that what you mean, dog? Is that what you mean, my dog? Yes. Yes, he is. We're doing a league this year. A 12-man. Who do you think is like a sneaky good pick in a 12-man? Like, who is the best value in your opinion, and who's going to be a yeah. Who you got as a league winner this year? Like the Kyron of this year or the Puka this year? the Laporta of this year. Appreciate that. How many best ball leagues are you in, Fantasy Dog? Are they? Oh man, are they all? Oh my gosh. Are they all $5 leagues too? Or are you in some $10 leagues? Crunch number day. What do you What do you crunch on Sunday? What do you do when all 50,000 of your players are playing? All 20,000 of them are playing. Let's look at let's go more in depth on these Ravens now. Crunch number day. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. You do it to yourself, though. Man, oh man, this receiver room is horrible. I know Lamar Jackson doesn't have that many. Looking for potential winning teams, but you can't make any trades. Isn't it all set in stone at that point? Or are you still drafting too? $53 redrafts. I can't imagine trying to prepare for that either. You just have to run a bunch of fantasy drafts to figure out your strategies for each position. Devontae Walker. 4.36 speed. Yes, you can walk away and come back later. Yeah, just wants to win. Crunch number day. So you draft all these thousand. Oh my gosh. Wait, do you have. Tell me you have NFL Red Zone, right? So you can at least see everybody's scoring and all that, right? What? That's crazy. So you pick all these players and you don't even watch film on them? Or do you watch film? That's crazy you don't have NFL Red Zone. I feel like if I had thousands of players counting, like, I don't know, hundreds of players I was counting on, I'd at least want to see when they're scoring and how they're scoring. That is some crazy, crazy shit right there. Okay. Watch highlights sometimes. Oh man. It's crazy you don't enjoy what you build. Been doing it for 60 years? Are you have you net profited on it? Jeez, the Ravens are just set up to pass to their tight ends and receivers. Apparently. I like that they still have Aguilar. I feel like he's always been there. But it's... Oh. Oh, you haven't made a profit yet? Or a profit? Not a profit yet, but... Hey, it's better than actually playing poker. At least you don't lose. At least you don't put down 4,000 like you have all in one hand. Who is gonna catch a ball in Baltimore? The more I look at this team, the more terrible it looks. Hardy might be nice. Oh, that's not bad. Like, I see a Russell Gage having a Bateman type of year. 500, 700. But it's not going to... Like, all they have is this dude. Guess that's why he's being drafted so high, but... Yeah, that's not bad at all, though. 5,000, including 3 this year. So, yeah. For all that entertainment and free time. His hand is parallel to the ground. Okay, so we got a Lamar Jackson hater. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's really not bad, though. Like, you're almost... You just need that one hit. You just need schooled up. Terrell Pryor? Yes. I do. Are you comparing him to that? Because people were saying that his career was going to be like that. He's going to switch to running back. He's going to switch. He ended up switching the receiver. And people said Lamar Jackson was like Terrell Pryor. Yeah, the Ravens receiver room is bad. Yeah. He tore up Miami. Didn't the Ravens blow out Miami a different time too? I feel like they've blown out Miami like the last 3 times they've played. Not at all. He has only one arc available to Jackson. That's it. Pryor had no arcs available. Yeah, back-to-back 11s. 13, 9, 6. New coordinator Todd Monken. Wait, what? That was his career high too. Oh man. Now I'm kind of convinced you don't like Allen Jackson. That was a bomb. Shedeur? Yeah, I'm thinking the Broncos had some smoke and mirrors when they picked Bo Nix, and they're actually just going to be terrible this year. And then pick Shedeur. Get the hometown kid. Keep him in Colorado. I think the Broncos were just messing with everybody. They're just going to fire Sean Payton this year and have Bo Nix for no reason. I hope the Cardinals don't end up with the first pick again. They already wasted Kyler Murray's career. And they gave him all that money. Like they deserve to just sit with that contract and keep playing it out. Center field for the Yankees farm team couldn't take anything off the ball. Yeah. That's cool. I didn't know that. Here over the middle. Hit the linebacker in the shoulder pads. Yeah. Against the Giants too? Isn't that when Lawrence Taylor was playing? Jeez. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's got to be one of these teams that's just going to be terrible. And they're going to lose on purpose so they can get them. Yeah. Yeah, I really think the Broncos are stooping that low that they are going to tank and they are going to fire Sean Payton and they are going to trade Bo Nix for a third round after this season. Like they're probably just gonna tell. Yeah, I feel like Broncos ownership will just be like, all right, Sean Payton, here's $10 million. Now you better make it believable. This tank job. We want you to get Bo Nix hurt. No, that's pretty scummy, and I don't think he'd do that either. Make sure we get that one pick. I mean, who's it gonna be? Commanders. Oh, let's do a new ranking. Oh. Let's do it. Do a new ranking. It's cool it saves too. I don't know how, but ain't Nick's the best breeze, no arm, smart, quick release. And that's what they want you to believe, dude. I think the Broncos had 70 scored on them, and they only got worse. They lost to the Patriots last year. The last game Belichick ever won was against the Broncos. So they're bad enough to be the worst. Their best linebacker was Josie Jewell last year. Okay. Who's going to be tanking? Oh, I don't even need them. Yes, 70 points. And their best linebacker is Josie Jewell, and he's not even there anymore. And their best defensive back, other than Surtain, was Justin Simmons, and he's not there anymore either. Like, Broncos are gonna be stupid this low. They're gonna try, and they're gonna try and keep the kid in Colorado country, baby. And it doesn't matter that they built up this Sean Payton coach that they traded for, and they drafted Bo Nix like he was the they drafted Bo Nix like he was their next franchise guy. And I thought it was 72. And the Dolphins could have beat the record, but they just took a knee, I think. They literally just took a knee and gave the ball back to the Broncos, so they couldn't beat the record. Who is too good to tank? Man, this is tough. This actually is tough. Who's going to be tanking? Gosh. This is tough. Draft is mostly guesswork. True. I feel like Seahawks are too talented. Yeah. Yeah. And it's real risky because the front office will all be gone if they spend all their time picking a QB and then he ends up sucking. Giants? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was about to put him up there. But I was like, Dable could get fired. Bills don't even want it. Raiders should win too many. Raiders have too stacked of a front office to be that bad. Yeah, the Giants are scummy enough too. They'd fire Brian Dable mid-season. Right. Which they're not bad. I was gonna put them up there, but they're not bad enough to be the worst team in the league. But they can act like it. Primed to coach the Giants. I like the Giants. Depends with Herbert here. It depends if Easton Stick is hurt. Yep, for sure. And who's going to be scummy enough to tank for it? The Cowboys can't do that to their fans. I'm sure Jerry Jones would like that, but so we're down to two NFC. We're down to two AFC teams. I'm sure the NFL would love to pump the NFC up, especially because they have a bunch of bummy QBs on that side in that conference. And all these teams have first round picks next year. I don't think Commanders will. I don't know why you would. Especially, they just spent so much money in free agency. You can't tell me that team's going to be that bad. So we're down to 10 teams. So you do watch film or football? It's crazy. That'd be crazy if Deion Sanders was the messiah of cornerbacks, and then his son is the messiah of, or if Deion was the messiah of cornerbacks, and then his son is the messiah of quarterbacks. If he's really that good, the NFL would want an AFC team to have him then. I mean, yeah. Get more matchups. Get more Mahomes and Sanders matchups. Get more Allen and Sanders matchups. Get Burrow and... Oh my gosh. If he's really that good and this kid ends up in the AFC, that'll be the best conference of quarterbacks of all time. Now I'm curious. Oh, my phone's almost dead. A I'm sure Mahomes could make that throw. Oh man. Yeah, I want to see this throw now. YouTube will pull me down though if I pull it up on stream. I wish I could just have highlights going. Apparently his other son is real good too. Be crazy if he has 3 top 10 draft picks with Travis Hunter, his son, and his other son. All come out of Colorado and HBCU. That's like a movie right there. And it's better than Draft Day. That movie was terrible. Oh. That's the one you're talking about? It said touchdown pass? Going through highlights. Yeah, you could send it to me on Insta. I'll pull it up for a sec on stream. I just can't be scrolling through everything trying to find it. Which is crazy, YouTube's watching me that much that they can tell I'm watching NFL highlights. Can you still hear me? I changed mics up. You can probably tell. Just whenever you have a chance. It's not a big deal right now. Also to train up Tank Dell and Nico. All right, I got it pulled up. We'll watch them together real quick. Nope, because I haven't seen it. I'm sure I have, but I haven't. I haven't looked at his film like that. Yeah, I'd probably stay away from Nico Collins. He had 1,300 yards and 80 catches, or 80, yeah, 80 catches. I don't see him replicating his type of production he had. He's a really good deep ball threat, and he is one of Stroud's favorite targets, but Nico had like almost 15 yards a catch, something crazy. He led the league in yards per catch, and he only had 80 catches. So usually people that have 80 catches and 1,300 yards, or number like yards per catch like that, their catches usually go up and their yards go down because teams cover the back end more, run 2 safety sets or 3 safety sets. It happened with Chase too. He had a monster rookie year, and then his catches went up, but his yards went down. So fantasy wise, he's probably decently similar, but I would, yeah. I would not. I would not go with Collins there, especially where he's going. Collins is going like top 30, top 30. There's just too many names, too many targets in Houston, and they have a pretty tough end of the season too. Nico Collins. There's just too many names there. Too many people to throw the ball. I think they play Miami. They definitely play the Chiefs in the fantasy football championship. And then they play somebody else too. And then I like Derrick Henry just because me and Fantasy Dog just went over his um their Ravens roster. Not many names. Bateman and Aguilar 2 and 3. Okay. Here, I'll write these down. I'll look at them on stream. I just have to be specific. Yeah, I'll write these times down. 9:19. Just let me know, and we'll watch these Shadur highlights on stream. You can see my reaction to the first time I ever see him. Be pretty cool. See if he's worth the hype. 50-yard laser. Yeah, I like Derrick Henry though, just because there's not many options on that Ravens squad in the receiver room. They got Likely and Mark Andrews, which is a very nice 1-2 tight end punch. And I think Lamar Jackson's gonna have to scramble a lot. I don't know. Is Derrick Henry gonna be? A lot of off balance lasers. All right, we'll pull them up. Are you ready? Oh, I definitely should. Hold on. Here, we'll make it. We'll make it small. So you said 919. Really? I full? That's weird. We'll make it a little smaller. 4th and 5. Oh man, I already know this is gonna be a piss missile. Oh dang. No. No. From that angle, it's ridiculous. Oh my gosh. Through the arm. We need a better slow-mo, guys. No. That's a great camera angle, though. He just looks fluid, too. Like he's got some fluid hips. Oh my gosh. Yeah, yeah. I'll pull up. That's crazy. That's crazy, though. That was crazy. Alright, 1750. We'll just give it a sec. Let YouTube know we're not trying to steal their content. Alright. Oh, I'm still in. I'm money with the college ball. got premium. Okay. It's pretty nice. We'll do the slow-mo with that too. As a laser. I mean, he was out of that pocket too. Yeah, it's some good motion. Dude, that's such clean Dude, he just had such good throwing motion. Like his gravity, his balance. Oh, like Trevor Lawrence is still developing that, and this kid's already got it. Who's this jackwagon? Yeah, that was crazy. Oh, maybe it's because I. Maybe you. Ooh, maybe YouTube doesn't know if I'm. Ooh, maybe YouTube bases the copyright stuff off the audio because I have the audio playing. Yeah, you told me that. That's a pretty good take. Could be this year too, but I think Brian Thomas Jr. needs to train up another year. He's only 21 years old. Like, man, these people are getting drafted so young nowadays, which I'm sure they're fine with, trying to get paid as long as they can, but 21 years old. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm thinking the audio is what they got me off of the last time because I only played Jerome Ford highlights for maybe 2 minutes. Somebody asked, so I started playing them, and um, yeah, they got me on that. I'm like, okay, probably a minute. I'm like, how did you guys know? And I was thinking it was a video. That's why I made it short on here and all that. But if it's based off the audio, then I might be able to get away with it a little more. Like, that'd be cool to watch some film on here too with people and see what they have to think. If a YouTube exec sees my stream, then they're gonna be real pissed off. But I could just delete all the streams I have. I appreciate you, dude. I just don't know how to get more people in here. I posted a couple shorts, and my views have gone up too. Streaming more. Maybe I just need to stream every night. Appreciate you, dude. Oh man. Feel like I take a good perspective. Um I take a good like yeah, take a good route. I just think some of these people they're like, "Oh, I appreciate that." Yeah, I feel like I take a good like reasonable approach to it. Not like, "Oh, well this receiver's out of town, so this guy's going to get a lot more carry, a lot more catches." Like Zay Flowers, I'm not like all in on Zay Flowers just cuz Odell's gone and Devin Duvernay. Like that doesn't mean crap for Zay Flowers production. Get a draft even mock live. Always looking ahead. Okay. So do you think they'll do you think people are going to be really receptive to that type of content? I've seen some people draft before. Strengths and weaknesses. Okay. Of my of my um of my team or my players. Okay. Oh. Okay. So you think yeah. So you think people like that type of yeah. So by coincidence, I tricked you into coming in here. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Well, I think my title kind of helped. I keep saying fantasy football in my titles. Confirmation bias. Yeah. So if I'm drafting and I'm like, I don't know, I see somebody hop in here and then I'm like, oh yeah, this guy, Rome Adunze, he's going to be a top 20 wide receiver this year. And then I just kind of go into reasons why. And then it turns out that viewer is a Bears fan and they have Rome Odunze as a top pick. I love Ferg too. I'm definitely going to draft him way too early this year. 70% exposure. Okay, so I gotta get my graphics game down. I have to draft well, and then I just have to make a bunch of strong takes throughout the video and with reasons why. From a swamp in his truck. Yeah, and then I gotta have good. I have to have a good screen. Yeah, I don't think this is working out too well. Just having kind of a thumbnail, just a talking point on here. Who gets Shador? Interesting. All right. And that's all you watch? Just people drafting the whole time? You think different sites too? Yeah, man. That's why you ducked hopping in here. I sent you the invite. I'm just kidding. Do draft on 6 different sites just to. Yeah, you don't want to draft versus me because I already know Ferguson. You're gonna be picking 20 picks early, but I'm picking him 30 picks early, buddy. You ain't getting Fergie. Oh, underdogs. I've been on that Fergie game. I was overlooking him. Kincaid was my guy. And then I'm like, wow, this Ferguson dude, he looks like the closest thing I've ever seen to Travis Kelce. Like his potential in this 1 year with the Cowboys looks better than the potential of George Kittle over his entire career. I'm sure he's just studying Travis Kelce film all day too. Leggett. Wait, what is this? Wait, what? Oh. This isn't what you're talking about, huh? What is this? This is not what you're talking about. Kincaid was my original dude. I was on him last year. I was on Kincaid last year. Him Laporta and yeah. Pussy's their only target. Him Laporta and McBride came out of the same draft class. I think the I think Ferguson has the highest potential, but at the end of the day, I'd take the Bills over the I'd take the Bills over the Cowboys offense all day. Dude, they're oh my gosh. Let's look at it. Yeah, that's just what I'm used to. Ferguson just got so many targets. It's almost why I like Ferguson as much, just because he got so many targets. Like, he has so much more to work off of and learn from getting all those targets. Kincaid was kind of an afterthought on that offense. It was Diggs first read, second read, Josh Allen's running, third read is James Cook, fourth read is Gabe Davis, and then you got Kincaid. And Gabe Davis is a real quick read. Like, look at him. Oh, he's getting blanketed, of course. Let me just move along here. Oh, let me take this stupid text off here too. Yeah, I definitely like I definitely like Kincaid in full PPR, just because you're gonna have to use him. But with Kincaid, he went he went over McBride and um, Laporta. So pre-draft, he was the most hype and like highest potential player out of all three of them. Not that the Bills are the greatest at drafting, anyways, but if we're just being real, he had more upside. Dude, their offensive coordinator just had. There's Kincaid. Their offensive coordinator just had such a good game plan against Spags. Like, imagine how many of those he's going to get this year. And half PPR, what? That's a point right there. Full PPR, that's 2 points. Just about. Control your vision. Make assessment. Quick read. You or I need to work with Fields. Control your vision. Make assessment. 300 monsters are going to destroy you. Simple. Yeah, exactly. Just make your read and sit in the pocket behind the Steelers O-line. It's going to work out. Don't worry. Quarterback draw. RPO. Great play call there. You're not stopping that. Here we go. Look at this alignment. This is messing with Spags for sure. 5 receivers. Oh. Good job, Diggs. That's a Diggs special. Don't worry, Fields. You got Broderick Jones blocking. He's a great right tackle. The rest of those bums, don't worry about them. You know who's a great offensive mind and, has a great track record of calling offense? I forgot his name. Oh, I forgot his name. I can see his face now. Did Falcons do? He just has, I don't know. I think this, in, I mean, I watched a couple Bills games last year when the new offensive coordinator came in. Like it's just a feeling. It's like the feeling I have with Tank Dell. Like it's just a feeling I didn't, do in depth, uh, studying or film, or like I'm not even qualified to do that. But Tank Dell just gives me the feeling he's going to be top 5 in the league very, very soon. By the time his rookie contract is up, he'll be in line for $30 million just based off production. And this offensive coordinator for the Bills, I just think he's going to be so good that Sean McDermott's gets fired this year just because this guy has such a good play calling year. That was pretty bad. That was on Allen though. I don't know why you're challenging McDuffie and throwing that. Oh, and Seed was gonna get the pick too. Yeah, exactly. That's what Tomlin's saying. I can't think of that freaking Falcons coach name either. Arthur Smith. Ooh, this is just Josh Allen. Oh. Oh. Well, 79 you better give 20 million a year. He just saved the game. Hayden Winks. Okay. I'm going to try and I'm trying to separate the gameplay out. I know it's annoying. It'd be nice to just have it running, but I don't want YouTube to be mad at me. Yeah, I know it's annoying. I don't know about touchdowns, but